Assalamu alaikum and welcome to Gulberg GYMKHANA. This is match number 6 of Shaikhani Super League Season 3. NJS Cuisine are taking on Gulberg GYMKHANA here tonight. Gulberg GYMKHANA winning the toss, deciding to bowl first, and we'll be hoping that they restrict the opposition to a decent total. Khizr is taking on the new ball, has now bowled 2 consecutive wides down the leg side. Saqib Ikhlas and Saifullah Naseem, the left-hander, has come out to open the innings for NJS. A different opening pair. We saw Saif Chaudhary and Saif opening the innings in the first match against Big Bang, which they were able to win comfortably while chasing 165. Gulberg GYMKHANA, on the other hand, are coming back from back-to-back defeats in their first 2 matches. Tell you what, that's going to be another one down the leg side. So even the angle change not working for Khizr right now. Just the second match for NJS Cuisine. Remember their first match against Team Big Bang, who have themselves already won 2 matches out of 3 that they have played. 5 teams are participating in this 3rd edition of Shaikhani Super League, where every team gets to play 4 matches during the league stages before we move on to the eliminator and the finals, obviously. Hitting the pads will be an easy leg by for NJS. The fielder's fine leg is going to cut that one off. It's a different opening pair for NJS tonight. Saqib Ikhlas obviously missed the first match against Team Big Bang, but he's back in the playing 11. Not a big striker of the ball, but he loves to stay out there in the middle, loves to spend time at the crease. Whereas his partner, Saifullah Naseem, got a half century in the first match against Big Bang, because of which they were able to chase down 166 very comfortably in the end. It's going to be a change in the fielding setup for the right-handed batter. Fine leg in, 3rd man back, mid-on, mid-off, both up. And there is a fielder deep on the leg side at square leg. Bowls it slightly short. That might have hit the helmet. Testing Saqib Ikhlas early with that shorter length stuff, and he was clearly late onto that one. Was looking to pull that one on the leg side. I think it was a deliberate plan from the fielding side to have that fielder deep on the onside and to attempt a bouncer against the right-hander. Hit the helmet, hit the back side of the helmet, and he was lucky enough that the ball just didn't go inside and hit the neck. Slightly Fuller knocks him over. That's a beautiful delivery from Khizr. He roughed him up with a bouncer early on. Saqib Ikhlas wasn't expecting that length to follow it up. Bowled a perfect Yorker, and look at the leg stump going for a cartwheel. Might have been an inside edge too, but this is exactly what Gulberg GYMKHANA needed at the start of their innings. So a different opening pair didn't work for NJS tonight, as Saqib Ikhlas is walking back to the dugout without even troubling the scorer. In fact, he just scored 1 run tonight. And NJS are now 5 for 1. So it was a pretty eventful first over. We saw 3 wides, a leg by a single, and then the last delivery, Saqib Ikhlas, was castled by Khizr. And that means Abdul Basit Zaki will now be coming in at number 3, but obviously he'll be at the non-striker's end since they lost that wicket of the last ball of the over. Saifullah Naseem will face the bowler from the other end. Once again, pretty packed offside field. Even the third man is inside. Just clipped away on the leg side. It's going to curl away from the fielder, a deep square leg, but will be an easy single for the left-hander. It's Kashif who has shared the new ball along with Khizr. Now, even Abdul Basit Zaki is a natural opener. We have seen him opening the innings multiple times, and probably he's the best guy who can make use of the first 6 overs, the fielding restriction. He likes hitting straight down the ground. Mid-on and mid-off are both up, so he'll look to clear the field over the bowler's head as soon as the ball is pitched up. Once again, there is deep third man and the fielder a deep square leg for the right-hander. No one at mid-wicket, so a big gap available on the leg side for Abdul Basit. And he picks a comfortable single towards mid-on. Had there been a fielder at short mid-wicket, he would have thought twice at least before going for that run, but since there are already so much open spaces available on the leg side, so there was always an easy single on offer for the right-hander. A bit of a cautious start so far from Saifullah Naseem as well, otherwise he likes to hitting boundaries early on in his innings. He did that comfortably against Big Bang, who were completely taken by surprise by the aggression that the openers showed at the start of their innings during the run chase. Slightly fuller, gets it over backward point. That's going to run away for 4. Couple of bounces and into the fence it goes. Slightly full and slightly wide outside the off-stump from Kashif. Not much pace on offer. Just opening the face of the bat. Didn't intend to keep it down. Made sure that he hit it comfortably over cover, an extra cover. And it almost hit one of the photographers on the offside. Still no changes in the field. In fact, now they have decided to keep that fielder at deep backward point. Initially, there was a fielder at fine leg 2, deep fine leg, and he has been asked to come back in. So he cannot afford to drift it down the leg side for Saifullah. Much better delivery, much better length, much targeting the stumps on that occasion. I think this is the best strategy, especially when you're bowling on this pitch, as we've seen so many high scoring runs on this particular venue, especially if your bowling is slightly weak or you give too much room to the batters in the first 6 overs. So it's important that you target the pads and target your stum, and if you've got some variation, if you've got that pace, you need to surprise the batter with an outshot delivery. We saw Khizr using those tactics in the first over when he bowled a short one to Saqib Ikhlas and followed it up with a full-blooded Yorker on the base of the leg stump. Slightly short, goes for the pull shot, but not timing it at all. In fact, that did not even go past the inner rings, but still a single for Saifullah Naseem. 7 runs coming in that over. 2 done. It's 12 for 1. So 12 for 1 after first 2 overs. Khizr will continue. Slightly pitched up, it hit him straight, and that has gone all the way for 6, I guess. In fact, it's a signal as a boundary from the on-field umpire. Well, that came right from the middle of his blade. Saifullah Naseem just clearing his front leg, hitting it with a straight bat, straight as an arrow over the keep. In fact, umpire's head. And it might have just bounced before the boundary ropes. So a boundary nevertheless for the left-hander. That too at the start of the over. And they've got that fielder at deep square leg. And I think the bowler was expecting Saif to play that flick shot off his hips. But instead, he played it with a straighter bat. Slightly fuller. Just opening the face of the bat. Third man is in place and he did a pretty decent job. Although his foot was pretty close to the ropes. But he made sure that he stopped that ball cleanly. And as a result, Saif will get just a single. Abdul Basit now in strike. Just playing it with soft hands on the offside. Now they need to come up with a decent bowling performance tonight, Gulberg GYMKHANA. Although they did a pretty decent job in their very first match against Big Bam, and they restricted them to 164, and they were very unlucky that they lost that game by just 1 run. They were very unfortunate in their second match too against Arham Sports. But now it's a do and die situation for them. Remember, they still have a match to come after this one, so it's important that they win this one and the next one so that they can stay in contention to qualify for the eliminators at least. Otherwise, if they lose this one, their journey will almost be over from this Shaikhani Super League Season 3. Once again, playing with the soft hands, but goes straight to the fielder at point. And if you talk about the opposition, well, their opposition tonight, NJS, their first match went clearly according to plan, where they did concede runs in the first 10 overs against Big Bang, but they fought their way back strongly, made sure they once again restrict them to below par total, especially if you look at the venue where high scores are more likely. Goes for the big shot, does Abdul Basit Zaki. Mid-on was up. This might be the first 6 of the innings. It is the first 6 of the innings. He was kept quiet for the first 3 deliveries, but as soon as he saw the length in his region, he just cleared his front leg and made sure that he hit it comfortably over mid-on and well over the boundary ropes for the first maximum of the innings. Well, these two are very dangerous batters and they know how to make use of the fielding restrictions. So it's important that Gulberg GYMKHANA, although they've got a first wicket very early, that too in the first over, but they need to keep on striking with this new ball. Bowls it slightly shorter, but once again there are so many gaps available on the leg side. He has ran the first one hard and a bit of a misfield from the fielder at mid-on, and then luckily there was a fielder from deep mid-wicket running towards his left who stopped the ball, and in the process Abdul Basit Zaki had the opportunity to come back for a couple. So 3 overs done, it's 25 for 1. Hussein Abbas now into his second and almost caught one in his follow through. That would have been a massive wicket for Gulberg GYMKHANA, because this is Saifullah Naseem we are talking about, who has been in scintillating form so far. It was pitched up. Once again, Saif going for the straighter drive. Not getting that much elevation. Got his both hands towards his right, did the bowler. But unfortunately, the ball just couldn't sting, because was timed well enough from Saif. It will go down as a chance. Saif gets a life. And most importantly, they are still one down, NJS. Bowler pretty decent first over, Hussein Abbas. Just went for one boundary, but apart from that, everything was on point. He would have loved to get that wicket off his own bowling. Abdul Basit Zaki, on the other hand, is looking a little busy at the crease. He's looking to find those gaps on the offside. We have already seen him hitting a big six in the previous over, straight down the ground, but in between he's just looking to get those singles so that he can get off strike and keep the scoreboard moving. Well, he was uncomfortable on that length. Just a little quicker. Hussein Abbas was just following the batter, because you could see Abdul Basit Zaki just looking to give himself a bit of room so that he could just open up the offside, but the bowler did the right thing by following the batter, and you could see him getting into a pretty awkward position while looking to play that pull shot. One fielder deep now on either side of the wicket, a deep square leg and a deep point. So that means third man is up. So is the fielder at fine leg, and both the fielders behind the bowler are up too, as he bowls a shorter one and he gets away with that. Now this is the length and line that he loves, Saifullah Naseem, and he got into that position where he could have comfortably played that pull shot. All he needed to do was to hit it to the right of that fielder at fine leg, but once again not timing it well. Lost their wicket in the very first over of the last delivery. Since then, both these batters have added 28 for the second wicket. Good change of pace, slightly slower, but Abdul Basit Zaki watched it till the end and then just placed it. As the match progresses, we might see more and more slower deliveries, because the more quicker you look to bowl, the better it comes off the bat. Just 3 singles so far in this over. Bowls a short one. Absolutely slaps it, Abdul Basit, but this time there is a fielder protecting the boundary. Straight down the ground at long on. That means it's going to be just a single for the right-hander. He'll retain the strike at the start of the next over. 4 done. NJS at 29 for 1. Goes for the big one on the onside now. Has that gone all the way for Ziga? Get the feeling it has gone over the boundary ropes. It's the second maximum for Abdul Basit Zaki. The umpire just confirmed from that fielder in the deep on the onside. And the replay will even confirm that. Another short delivery, as if he was waiting for it. Abdul Basit Zaki getting on top of the bounce and hitting it well in front of square of the fielder at deep square leg. Not a good start to the over this from Khizr. Bowls a fuller one. This is even longer. Back-to-back sixes from Abdul Basit Zaki, and I just get the feeling they might have to ask for a different ball because that has gone outside the ground. Well, he did the same thing against Saqib Ikhlas too. Bowled a bouncer and then followed that up with a fuller delivery. But this time the plan clearly didn't work against Abdul Basit Zaki because not just the short one, but even the fuller length delivery went for a 6. In fact, the other one was even longer than the previous one. So he's finally getting into his groove, finally getting his rhythm back, Abdul Basit. If he gets going, you can expect a big score tonight from NJS. And obviously, they will be looking to post a huge total on the board so that they can build that scoreboard pressure on the opposition when they will come out to chase. Couldn't chase 165 in the first match, remember? Couple of sixes to start the over. What is going to be his next option, Khizr? He bowls another short one. This time it's hit flat, but straight to that field at wideish long on region will just get a run. Not only these two are good strikers of the cricket ball, but they've got some really strong sense of where the gaps are and how to maneuver the field inside the first 6 overs. Whenever there has been a gap on either side of the wicket, both these batters have made sure that they just tuck the ball in the gap and get that single or couple if it's on offer. Every bad delivery has been taken care of by these two batters. Obviously, for the fielding side, it's a little difficult since you've got the left-hander and the right-hander both at the crease. Because whenever a single is taken, you have to make sure that you get your feel right for each batter. Oh, that's a lovely delivery. That could have easily gone through the bat and the gap between his pads. And you could see a bit of tail into the left-hander too. Saifullah Naseem was opening up that position so that he could just hit it straight, but he just made sure that he keeps his bat down at the last moment. Khizr knew how close that one was. If he had missed that, that would have crashed onto the off stump. But a good comeback after getting hit for 2 back-to-back sixes at the start of the over. Remember, they still have an over of the batting power play after this one. Bowls it slightly fuller. This time goes on the leg side. There is no one out there in the deep. That's going to run away for 4. Just get the feeling they're making a huge blunder by having an extra fielder on the offside when almost every delivery is targeted on the middle stump. There is a fielder at long on and a fielder at deep square leg and absolutely no one in between. So even if he bowls outside the off stump, he can just fetch that ball away towards the leg side. Now they're making that change. The fielder from fine leg has been asked to come and stand at short mid wicket. "17 of the over already with a ball to go. Going at more than 10 and over NJS. Yes, they lost a wicket in the very first over, but they haven't looked back since. Pulls it slightly shorter, gets it over backward point. That's going to run away for 4 towards third man. This is excellent batting from Saif. It was slightly short, slightly wide outside the awesome and just guiding it past wicket keeper. There was no one at deep third man, so it was always going to travel to the boundary. 50 also comes up for NJS. 5 done there, 50 for 1. Still no change in the bowling attack. Comes down the wicket and puts it down once again. Now this is the second time he has dropped a chance of his own bowling. On previous occasion it was Saifullah Naseem. This time it is Abdul Basit Zaki coming down the wicket, hitting it with a flat bat and once again not carrying. 2 catches have been put down already. On both occasions it was Hussain Abbas the culprit. How much is it going to cost them? Another slower delivery, but wow, what a wicket that would have been. This is Abdul Basit Zaki we were talking about. Remember those 2 towering sixes. In fact, he has already hit 3 sixes in his short innings so far. If they would have held on to those chances, Gulberg GYMKHANA, they would have been in really strong position up till now. Remember, this is NJS we are talking about. They've got such a strong batting lineup. We saw what they can do in the previous match as well. Bowls a short one, gets it in the gap. That's going to run away for 4 as well, as if they have no answer to this onslaught from NJS. As soon as they've tried to bowl a little slower, they have gone downtown, and whenever they have dropped slightly shorter, both these batters have been equally good on either side of the wicket. Following the batter, not working on that occasion for Hussain. He's rolling his wrist over, getting it past that fielder at short fine, and obviously there was no one stopping that on the leg side. Making sure that the run rate doesn't drop down 10 and over. NJS. One thing is for sure, there is not much seam movement available on this track. Might have to change the bowler from one end at least. Just look to bring on the spinner to see whether there is any turn on this track available or not. And even if there is no turn, the spinners will have those variations so that he can make life a little difficult for these 2 batters. 40, in fact 50 now is the partnership between these 2 as well. Another slower delivery, slightly shorter in length and well played towards deep square leg. He might not have come in to open the innings tonight, Abdul Basit, but he is definitely making his presence felt already. 29 of just 16 deliveries. Striking at more than 175. Slightly slower, stayed on the back foot, hitting it towards mid-off and going for that sharp single. Good urgency being shown here by these 2 batters. They haven't missed any opportunity to go for those singles or for those boundaries. 6 overs done, it's 57 for 1. Time for the first change in the bowling attack. It's the left-arm orthodox Azizullah with a slingy action. So the fielding side, we will breathing a sigh of relief now because the first 6 overs have been done. 5 fielders can now stand outside the inner ring, but these 2 batters have got their eye in and they know how to get those balls in those gaps. Even during the power play, when the majority of the fielders were up inside the inner ring, they were comfortably picking up those singles. A bit of turn, nicely played towards deep cover on the offside. Could have come back for the second too, but I don't get the feeling both these batters were interested in that second run. They don't want to risk any wicket right now. They know that it's a pretty strong partnership going around right now, and the longer they're going to stay, the more threatening they're going to get. Although there were a couple of chances for Hussain Abbas when he could have dismissed both the batters of his own bowling. Unfortunately, he couldn't hold on to those catches in his follow-through. Another sloppy effort from that fielder at a backward point. This time he wants to come back for a couple, Abdul Basit, and he's going to make his way back easily in the end. Need to do something out of the box, Gulberg GYMKHANA. Remember, it's a must-win game for them. He wants that boundary. Abdul Basit gets it slightly shorter, just hitting it with a straighter bat towards long off. Now long off and long on are not that straight, they're slightly squarer. No boundaries of the first 5 balls. Goes for the big shot. Now chance for the fielder at long off, and he won't put it down. They got the wicket that they were looking for. The spinner doing the trick for Gulberg GYMKHANA. Slightly short, was there to be hit. Saifullah Naseem looking to go downtown, playing it with a straighter bat and hitting it straight down to the throat of the fielder at long off. Good catch taken by the fielder. So the partnership that was turning out to be very dangerous for the fielding side has finally come to an end. Azizullah picks up a wicket in his very first over. Saifullah Naseem walks back after scoring 29. It's 62 for 2 after 7. It's going to be spin from both ends. Abbas Raza, the right-arm off spinner, will now be replacing Hussein Abbas from that end. Hussein Abbas bowling 3 overs, not being able to pick up a wicket, although he could have got 2 in his spell with the new ball, but unfortunately he couldn't hold on to those chances. But the partnership was broken in the previous over when Saifullah Naseem was dismissed. So that means now there are 2 right-handers at the crease. Waleed has just joined Abdul Basit Zaki. He'll be on strike now. Just marking his guard against the new bowler, Abdul Basit. It's Waleed Khan who is about to face his first delivery. Him along with Saifullah Naseem got half centuries in their very first match against the Big Bang, because of which they made that target look pretty easy in the end. Although they lost a couple of wickets towards the end, but that didn't matter. Slightly fuller and wide, bit of an appeal there from the keeper and the bowler, but the umpire not interested. I think it was more of an appeal to confuse the umpire, who was about to give it as a wide outside the off stump. That should have been a wide outside the off stump, but the umpire thought it otherwise. But a good start nevertheless from Abbas Raza. Just a run so far the first 3 balls. Now there are 2 ways of exerting pressure on the opposition. Either you regularly pick up wickets, or if it's hard to pick up wickets, just make sure that you bowl enough dot deliveries, and as a result the batters are going to make mistakes in the end. Once again, plenty of open spaces available on the leg side as Waleed gets a single towards square leg. The run rate now just a fraction over 8 and over for NJS. Obviously with the wickets in hand, they can afford to accelerate towards the end. Bowls it slightly shorter, gets it in the gap. Does Abdul Basit, that's going to run away for 4 as well. Was turning out to be a pretty quiet over until that point. Tried to bowl a faster one, but just gave that length which Abdul Basit Zaki loves, and he made sure that he hits it wider of that fielder at long gone. Slightly fuller now, he gets it past extra cover. Plenty of work to do from the fielder at deep extra cover, and he couldn't stop it. Even the fancy footwork didn't work for that fielder as Abdul Basit picks up another boundary. So a couple of boundaries to end the over as 8 overs are done and dusted. NJS are going at 9 and 0 now. They are 72 for 2. So 72 for 2 it is after 8 overs. It's going to be Azizullah once again from that other end where he got that wicket of Saifullah Naseem. partial stop, but Waleed will get another single towards long off now. And they've got those 2 wickets. Waleed won't be looking to be that aggressive at the start of his innings, but if they can manage to get someone like Abdul Basit Zaki out right now, they will be well within the middle order and the lower order of NJS. A bit of turn there for the left arm spinner. The ball just bouncing a little more. He's batting on 43. Abdul Basit looking to play out big innings tonight. Similar shot, once again missing it altogether. This time it has been given as a wide by the on-field umpire. Now he was also not featuring in that very first match against Big Bang. Gets it in the gap now. Will he come back for the second run? He wants to come back for the second run, but his partner is not interested at all. And he quickly spotted that. Tucked away by Waleed. Now he wants the second run, I guess, but they have to decide it against it in the end, because that fielder at square leg was charging from the boundary ropes to stop the ball. Good over from Azizul up till now. Still has got a ball remaining in this one. Remember that wide that he bowled to Abdul Basit. Flat bats it, but will just get a run towards long off. So an excellent stuff from Aziz. Just 5 runs coming in that over. 9 done. It's 77 for 2. Nicely timed, comes from the middle of the blade, but now the gap on the leg side has been reduced to some extent. That gap between mid wicket and long on. Waleed is just looking to deal in singles, whereas his partner at the other end, Abdul Basit, he looks in a hurry. Now batting on 46. Might be given as a wide once again because it was well outside the off stump. Last couple of overs have been a little quiet for NJS. Just got 5 runs in the previous over without any boundary. Once again hits it too hard, but it will be just a single towards long on. Both these batters will be looking to play a longer innings. Remember, Wali got a century, half century in the first match. We already saw a 50-run stand between the two batters, F and Abdul Basit. These two batters, on the other hand, have scored 19 up till now. making sure that he gets just enough bat that he gets another single on the offside towards backward point. Now Abdul Basit Zaki is batting on 47. He's the type of batter who loves reaching his milestones with a big shot. It's going to be another one outside the off stump now. The bowler doesn't look happy. He thought he was well within the guidelines, but as soon as the ball hit the gloves, the umpire called it a wide, and it was a wide because the ball wasn't turning a great deal and was pitching well outside the off stump. Hits it hard, but that fielder at long gone will come into play once again as Abdul Basit Zaki gets another single. 10 overs now done and dusted. NJS are 84 for 2. So 84 runs have come in the first 10 overs. Abdul Basit Zaki once again decides to go big and he gets another 6 over long gone. And with that, he also go past his half century. Slightly fuller, not turning a great deal. Once again, clearing his front leg and hitting in his favorite spot. That over long gone. Another one that has been flatted up. Now there is an opportunity for the fielder, a deep mid wicket. Will he be able to take it? He does. So he went for a 6 and then perishes. Abdul Basit Zaki wanted to repeat the heroics on that delivery too. The length was slightly fuller. It was slightly slower in air as well. And he knew it straight away that it didn't come from the middle of his bat. The fielder got himself underneath that and he took it comfortably in the end. So he reached his half century with a 6 and straight away went out of the next delivery. He goes back for 52. It's 90 for 3. Munib Javed is the new man in at number 5. A different role to what he usually likes, and well, he got that single, but now because of the fumble in the field, he's going to collect another run. The throw wasn't collected cleanly by the bowler, and then it wasn't even collected by the fielder backing up, so that allowed him to come back for a couple, an easy couple to get up the mark. Balls it short and wide, put away nicely. The slower he tried to bowl that, the quicker it went towards the boundary ropes. There was so much depth in their batting, NJS. Atif, who already got a wicket in his very first over, but he's proving to be a touch expensive. A 6 and a boundary already conceded by the off spinner. Munib Javed likes to hit the ball really hard. Once again bowling it much fuller. Chance for the fielder, a deep mid wicket, and he puts it down. It just burst through his hands and went over the boundary ropes. And he's going to be really disappointed with that effort, because there was a big opportunity there for Gulberg GYMKHANA to pick up another one. Atif once again bowling it slower through the air, went for that slog sweep. That fielder, a deep mid wicket, had not even moved to an inch, but took it a little too casually in the end, trying to take it over his head, and the ball just brushing through his hands and going past the boundary rope. So 6 to start and 6 to end the over. 11 overs done and dusted. NJS 103 for 3. Abbas Raza is in his third over now. Went for 70s in his first couple. The run rate is still over 9, although they've lost 3 wickets. And we don't even expect it to fall below that, because they've been making sure that they get a boundary at least from every over, from one end at least. Previously, it was Abdul Basit Taqi who was doing it. We saw Munib Javed getting a boundary straight away in his previous over, and then a chance was put down too at the last ball of the over. That went over the boundary ropes for a 6. Projected total right now is 192, and you can expect them to get more than that if one of these two batters get a big score here tonight. Anything between 170 and 180, and I just get the feeling NJS will be disappointed. They will still look to go past 200. Still possible. Obviously, they will look to go at least at 10 and over in the last 5. Flighting it up, hitting it hard. Some more job to do from the fielder at deep mid wicket, but he won't get there because Munib Javed hit that comfortably in that gap. And it wasn't that short of a length delivery, but he just picked the length so early and just dismissed that ball out of his sights. Second boundary for the big right-hander. Well, that's another shorter one. It's in the air and it's in the gap. One bounce and into the fence. The previous one went to the left of that fielder at deep mid wicket. This time he made sure that he made him run towards his right, but even then he couldn't stop it. Similar deliveries and that bringing similar result from Munib Javed. Couple of boundaries to win the over. 12 overs are now done. They got at 114 for 3. Comes down the wicket and he has been castled. Atiq gets another one. Whenever he has tried to bowl slower through the air, he's been really effective. He caught the wicket of Abdul Basit Zaki in a similar fashion. We saw a chance being put down at the last ball as well. This time, just dragging his length back, bowling it slower through the air, inviting Waleed to just come down the track, and he missed it altogether. Got a 50 in the first match. Walks back after scoring a run of ball 12 tonight. NJS are now 4 down with 114 on the board. It's 123 for 4 after 13. It's going to be another change in the bowling attack. Abbas Raza being replaced by left arm orthodox Mohammad Musharraf as Saif Chaudhry, who is one more batter who is batting out of his natural position. He comes to open the innings, but tonight coming into bat at number 6, since they've got so much batting options. Driven nicely by Javed. With Saif Chaudhry out there in the middle, you can expect singles being converted now into twos because he's young, he's fresh, so he's going to look to run hard between the wickets. On the other hand, Gulberg GYMKHANA won't be really disappointed with their efforts so far. 4 wickets. The opposition going at over 9. You can expect that because the conditions are so betting friendly here. With the pitch being really flat and the outfield being really quick. But they know that they've got 4 wickets and you never know. A couple of more and they can still restrict the opposition to 170 or 175. Saif decides to go big. He goes straight. He hits it flat and he hits it in the side screens. Another boundary for the right-hander. He has already hit a 6 in that region earlier in his innings. We saw that in the previous over when he came down the track against the spinner. This time making sure that he hits it hard and over the bowler's head. It doesn't take that much time. Saif to get his eye in. Wanted to go for another one. Wanted to repeat that stroke, but the length wasn't there. It was just a little too short. Lucky enough that the inside edge didn't let the ball hit the stumps on its way through that fielder at short fine. Slightly fuller and a little quicker through the air. And Saif will collect a single towards long off. So pretty decent over this from betting side's point of view. 9 runs coming off it. 14 overs done. NJS 132 for 4. Already got a couple of wickets, Atif. So we haven't seen pace in the middle overs after the batting power play. It has been all spin. Comes down to track once again, hits it all across the turf. Good effort from the fielder at long on. Did he stop the ball cleanly? did it in his second attempt. But even then, the batter just got that single. Very lucky once again, Muneeb Javed. Just a little too early into that stroke, maybe. Both these batters are getting a little restless now. I mean, almost on every delivery, they're trying for that big shot. They've been lucky on a couple of occasions when the inside edge didn't hit back to the stumps. And the way they are swinging at every delivery, they want to get as many boundaries as possible. The idea is right because they will be left with just 5 overs after this one. But even then, you need to play the ball on its merit. Driven powerfully towards long off. Another fumble, and this time he won't be able to retrieve the ball. Got there, almost stopped it in the end, but just look at that force behind that stroke from Muneeb Javed. Hitting his hands and then just going past his leg. And apart from the boundary rope. So boundary to win the over. Otherwise, it was turning out to be a very decent over from Aziz. 15 overs done. NJS at 141 for 4. Left arm spinners operating from both ends. Chance for the fielder at long off, and he takes it. Coming down the wicket, Saif Chaudhary, but maybe getting a little too closer to that pitch. Not getting enough elevation or the distance. Playing it away from the body too. That might have been one of the reasons of that downfall. We've already seen some mistakes being done by the fielding side, but not on that occasion. Another wicket to fall. Musharraf gets another one. Saif Chaudhary walks back after scoring 18. NJS are now 5 down with 141 on the board. One right-hander departs, another one walks in. The wicket-keeper Anas Mustafiz at number 7. The batters just keep on coming for NJS. They were very relaxed and very comfortable while chasing in their first match, and they haven't really looked in under any sort of pressure tonight either. 27 balls still to go in this innings. Sweeps it hard, but it's going to go towards deep square. Muneeb Javed is still out there, and he is striking the ball better than anyone else. Pretty decent strike rate, 26 now he has got. With 4 overs left after 16 overs, NJS are 144 for 5. Coming into bowl his last over now, Azizullah. 1 for 19 in his first 3 overs. He has, to some extent, applied the brakes on the scoring rate. Hits it flat, but it's not going to carry to the long off fielder, and it goes over his head instead. Just couldn't judge that bounce. Initially, he was looking to take that catch and just stopped it in the end, and just a couple of steps ahead of him, the ball bounced and even a jump couldn't save the boundary in the end. Munib Javed gets another 4. Nicely drilled towards deep extra cover now. Another single, and with that, 150 comes up for NJS. Ideally, they will be looking to add 50 more to the total in these last few overs. In the block hole, just digging it out in the end, Anas Mustafiz, but they will just get a run. Decent bowling effort from Azizullah. The way the fast bowlers were punished in the first 6 overs, he has done a pretty decent job after the power play. 1 for 26. And if he can get another wicket right now in the next 2 deliveries, it's going to make his figures look even more better. Now he will look to come back for the couple. He wants to come back for the couple. The throw was at the right end of the non-striker's end, but not powerful enough that it could reach the stumps directly. And as a result, Munib gets another 2. Gets an inside edge, but will still get a run. They got a run on almost every delivery of this over. Azizullah is done with his spell tonight. 1 for 29 in his 4 overs. As after 17, NJS have gone past 154 for 5. So just 3 overs now left for NJS. Went for the reverse sweep but missed it altogether. Though the length was there, the line was there. Just needed a little flick, which he didn't get obviously. Otherwise, that would have gone all the way for 4. Comes down the pitch now. Is that going to be a run out? It is a run out at the non-strikers, and that's an unusual way to get out. Can't really blame Anas Mustafis on that delivery because he was expecting the ball to go past the bowler so that he could have ran that single. Munib Javed comes down the pitch, hits it as hard as he could. The bowler just made sure that he gets his foot in the way. The ball hit the stumps after ricocheting off the foot. And during that, Anas Mustafis was outside the crease. Unfortunate way to lose his wicket. Anas Mustafis could just go 3 tonight. NJS lose their 6th. It's 154 for 6. Ghulam Mustafa is the new man in, but he's at the non-striker's end. Munib Javed obviously will look to play the ball in the air now instead of hitting it all across the ground. 34 of 22 deliveries for the big right-hander. Remember, he's batting out of his natural position. He's usually an opener, but he came out to bat in the middle overs. Hits it in the gap. Nicely fielded. Excellent effort. And all he needed was to hit the stumps directly at the striker's end. Ghulam Mustafa had to make sure that he stretched a lot to make his way inside the crease. Long off to get up the mark. 18 overs are done. 156 for 6 NJS. So 156 for 6, couple of overs remaining. Khizr comes into the attack. Got the first wicket of Saqib Ikhlas, but then he was a touch expensive in his 3 overs. Now he's got a chance of finishing off his spell on a high note. NJS will be slightly disappointed that they are at this stage at 156. Just chipping it in the air, but it's going to land between long on and extra cover. Ghulam Mustafa just getting another single. In fact, it was Muneeb Javed who got that single, so Ghulam Mustafa is now on strike. Anything on the 175 and the fielding side will be very happy with their effort. Hits it hard, but straight to the fielder at long off. Boundaries have been a little difficult to come by in the last couple of overs. And the main reason of that is that the spinners bowl really well in the middle phases. But now these two batters will be hoping that they can use the pace to their effect. Low full toss. Gets it to the right of the fielder at long on. Excellent effort, but does he stop it? He does. A direct hit, and he would have been a goner at the non-strikers end. It was Ghulam Mustafa who was running towards the danger end. Excellent effort from the fielder at long on. A bit of a dive and then a throw at the non-strikers end. And if that ball would have hit the stumps, he would have been a goner. And he would have continued running towards the dugout. Ghulam Mustafa. Now, does he connect it well? He doesn't. This time it's going to go straight down to the throat of the long gone fielder. And Muneeb Javed, in search of getting few boundaries towards the end, perishes as well. Fuller length once again doing the trick for Khizr. He got a wicket of the similar length of Saqib Ikhlas in the opening over, and now he gets another one. Muneeb Javed, who was looking to be ultra aggressive towards the end of the innings, will walk back after scoring a well-crafted innings of 38. And NJS have now lost their 7th wicket. Umar Chawla now walks in at number 9. Nicely played, gets it over backward point. First delivery that he faces, he sends that towards the boundary ropes on the offside. Didn't do anything wrong there, Khizr. The length was pulled, it was just a little wide outside the off stump, and Umar Chawla just opening his face of the bat, opening his shoulders and getting it over backward point. So a boundary to end the over. It's 165 for 7 after 19. Going to be the spinner Musharraf to bowl the last over of the innings. Ghulam Mustafa trying to do something different, looking for that reverse sweep, but the ball just kept on further turning away from him. 165 for 7. Is it going to be enough for NJS? They've got a pretty good bowling attack too, but we have seen some big totals being chased down at this venue. It's another dot one from Musharraf. He's not afraid to pitch the ball up and flight it up, even in the last over of the innings. He knows that he can buy a wicket if he's going to continue to bowl slower. This time it's the batter who misses, so does the keeper, but it's going to be stopped by the fielder at short third. Wide given by the on-field umpire. Three wides it's going to be. This time it's some sort of an appeal from the bowler and the keeper. But the umpire is unmoved. He was shuffling across the crease. He was well outside. The off-stump impact was well outside, so there was no way the finger would have been raised. Very, very good last over this from Musharraf. Apart from that, wide. And he's going to get another wicket. He's bowling absolutely beautifully right now, Musharraf. He hasn't given anything away in a spell of 4 overs. It's his last one. He's gone for just 17 and he has now bought another wicket. Rush of blood from Ghulam Mustafa coming down the wicket, missing it altogether. The mod not bouncing a great deal either. But all the ingredients were there for the bowler to pick up another wicket. Ghulam Mustafa walks back after scoring 3. NJS are now 168 for 8. So 168 for 8. Ali Musa walks in at number 10. Just a couple of balls remaining in this innings. Ideally, Ali Musa will be hoping that he can dispatch at least one of them towards the boundary ropes. Will just get a single towards deep mid wicket. This is excellent stuff from Mushavar, considering the fact that he is bowling the last over of the innings, being a spinner, hasn't been put away for a boundary. Truly excellent effort from the left arm spinner. Now, Umar Chawla, what can he do? It's just the last ball of the innings. Remember, he got a boundary with the last ball of the previous over to a delivery that was not that bad. He was looking for the spin. He was looking to go for that sweep. He shuffled across the off stump. This might not be given as a wide down the leg side. It's a legitimate delivery. And that means the last ball of the innings is going to be a dot one. So 169 is all they could manage in their 20 overs. Exposing his stumps while shuffling across the crease and almost lost his leg stump. But that didn't happen. But more importantly, it was another dot delivery. So just 4 runs coming in the last over. That means NJS are going to finish off at 169 for 8. 170 is the target for Gulberg GYMKHANA to win this game. Remember, it's their third match and a must-win game. So 170 is a target in this match for Gulberg GYMKHANA. Ali Musa has taken the new ball. Abdullah Had and Hussein Abbas have come out to open the innings for Gulberg GYMKHANA, needing 170. It's Abdul Basit Zaki who is keeping the wickets tonight for NJS. Well, they've got plenty of options. They've got Saif Chaudhary, they've got Anas Mustafiz who can play the role of the wicketkeeper too, but it's Abdul Basit Zaki who has taken the gloves. Got a half century too in the first innings. Slightly short and wide, will get a single. Although there is a throw at the non-striker's end, but Ahad will get off the mark with a single. Ali Musa likes to bowl as quick as possible. He's got decent pace. Just a wide and a couple of singles so far in the opening over. Two right-handers at the crease, so the fielding side won't have to shuffle their field a lot. Tries to bowl a bouncer. Not in control of that whatsoever, Hussein Abbas, but he'll still get that single towards deep square leg. The target is not a big one, 170. But they've got enough strength in their bowling attack, with their bowling lineup, that they can make this look a lot more than what they've got. Slightly full of. Stopped it in his follow through. Pretty decent start from Ali Musa. Just 4 runs in the opening over. In pursuit of 170, Gulberg GYMKHANA are 4 without a wicket. Ghulam Mustafa will share the new ball. Bowls a full toss, hits the pads, big appeal, but was it angling down the leg side, or was there some bat involved? No bat involved, so leg by single by the umpire. That looked pretty close. First delivery, a full toss. Yes, it was swinging in the air. Might have been going down the leg side. But a good start nevertheless from Ghulam Mustafa. Third man and deep square leg in place for the right-hander Abdullah Had. Good decent delivery once again. Just dabbing it. Both these new bowlers have got pretty decent pace. We saw Ali Musa also trying a bouncer in the previous over. And Hussein Abbas was just looking to pull that one. Couldn't get it from the middle of the blade. It just got a single towards deep square. Using his feet and another chance of a run out. This time he has hit the stumps at the non-striker's end, but I just get the feeling he was well in. It was a half-hearted appeal there from the fielding side. As soon as he hit it straight towards mid-off, he wanted that single. The fielder from mid-off, had the shy at the stumps, had all three stumps to aim at. He hit them directly, but by that time Abdul Wahad was well inside the crease. Pulls a short one. Chance for the fielder at mid-on. He's running towards his right and he puts it down in the second attempt. Well, they could have easily come back for the second run too, but the batter at the non-striker's end was just looking at the ball. Another short pitch delivery, not getting on top of the bounce. Just got it to a little right of that fielder in mid-on. Anas Mustafiz it was, who was looking to take that catch over his shoulders and just overran it in the end. So a life has been given very early to Hussain Abbas. Now remember, he gave 2 lives to both those batters, Saifullah Naseem and Abdul Basit Zaki, when he was bowling. Another short delivery. This time he has managed to hit it in the gap. 3 fielders are after the ball, but this might just win the race in the end. First boundary of the innings coming from the bat of Ahad. Another short pitch delivery outside the off stump. He just got it over mid-wicket. Couldn't get it from the middle of the blade, but still it had enough legs to go past the boundary ropes. Ghulam Mustafa, in fact, shouldn't be disappointed with that shot. At least he created an opportunity a couple of deliveries ago. Oh, these batters are not that comfortable on that shorter length. Nice and full. Well, both the batters were almost halfway down the track. There were run-out opportunities at both ends. Definite confusion between communication between the two batters. Ahad once again driving it towards mid-off. He wanted that signal, just stopped in the end. Misfield from that fielder at mid-off, otherwise that would have been an easy opportunity of a run-out. 2 overs done, it's 11 for none. Flashing blade gets an inside edge, but third man is in place, and I think it was Matiullah. Now they're coming back for a couple and will get there. Once again getting beaten by pace. There is some sort of an appeal from the keeper and the bowler. Well, they think there was an edge involved, but he didn't hear anything. Hussain Abbas looks pretty confident too. Ali Musa is clearly disappointed. Pulling it fuller, looking to drive that one, but I just get the feeling it went underneath the bat. But he's bowling at a decent pace, Ali Musa. This is what you expect from him. If he can just get the ball to nip back into the right hand, I think that's where he can be really effective. Not much aggression so far in the first couple of overs from both these openers. Slightly short. This time comes from the middle of the blade. Couple of bounces, and this time it's going to go all the way for 4. Slightly slower through the air once again, just dabbing it towards backward point. Both these openers are looking very busy right now. They don't want to miss any opportunity to get that run. And they know the importance of each and every run here at this run chase, especially knowing the fact that it's their third match. They have been coming from 2 defeats. They want to win this one to stay alive in this competition. Both the openers have already got a boundary each. Just swinging away from the right hand. Excellent stuff from Ali Musa. 7 runs in that over from the fast bowler. 3 overs completed. Gulberg GYMKHANA with a cautious start are at 18 for no loss. That will surely be a wide because that was going well over the head height of the batter. Both the new ball bowlers are not looking to pitch the ball up. They want to surprise these batters with an odd short delivery, but this time it was a little too high than his liking. Slightly short, put away nicely. That's an excellent stroke from Hussain Abbas. Getting on top of the bounce, but now Ghulam Mustafa is getting a little predictable. Almost every delivery is slightly shorter in length. Look at how quickly he just swiveled, transferred his weight and made sure that he hit it comfortably behind square on the leg side. But NJS need to realize that they don't have many runs to play with. 170 is not a big total. Even if Gulberg GYMKHANA can manage to score at 8 or 9 and over in the first 6, they will consider themselves in the driving seat. Much fuller in length, just a little wide of Anas Mustafi's at mid-on, and Hussain Abbas gets another single. NJS scored 57 in their first 6 after losing just 1 wicket. Gulberg GYMKHANA so far right on course, scoring at almost 8 and over. Gets his man now. The bails lit up as Abdullah Had misses a fuller delivery. Even Abdul Wahad might have been expecting a shorter length delivery, but that was a length delivery. Came back in ever so slightly and hitting the top of off. Looking to play across the line, missing the line of that delivery, and as a result losing his wicket. Does Abdul Wahad. So NJS got the wicket that they were looking for. The opening stand has been broken. Abdul Wahad walks back after a brief innings of 6. Gulberg GYMKHANA are 24 for 1. First wicket has gone down. Farouk Rizvi comes in at number 3 and almost he lost his wicket too. Oh, what a delivery that was from Ghulam Mustafa, swinging into the right-hander, and tell you what, it wasn't far away from the off stump. He's very lucky that the ball didn't hit the stumps, and there was once again confusion between the two batters. Look at how late that ball came back in. Just looking to dab it, missing it altogether. Abdul Basit Zaki was bending, so he found it difficult to get at the ball from his gloves. But a really good comeback over this from Ghulam Mustafa. As he got hit for a boundary, but he came back strongly after that. Hits it toward mid-wicket. Good diving effort from Umar Chawla. It is at mid-wicket. He'll take chances of his arm because he doesn't have a pretty strong shoulder. He usually comes in with an underarm throw whenever he's fielding. Umar Chawla obviously will have a bigger role to play with his leg spinners. And I think NJS are going to follow the same strategy. They're going to introduce the spinners after the first 6 overs, just like the way Gulberg GYMKHANA did, and they were really effective. Didn't concede many runs during the middle phases, and the death bowling was special too, especially from Musharraf. The way he bowled the last over, went for just 4, and made sure that they restrict the opposition to under 180. Driven just a little wide to the fielder at mid-on. Now will they look to come back for the second? They do. Good running between the wickets. A couple to end the over. 4 done. Gulberg GYMKHANA 28 for 1. Still no bowling change. It's 28 for 1 after 4 as Ali Musa is all set to start his third over with the new ball. None for 11 are his spells up till now. Another sharp single stolen from the opposition. Yes, he hasn't gone for many runs, but ideally, as a new ball bowler, you would love to pick up wickets with the new ball. I'm pretty sure it's going to be his last over in this spell. He will look to come back towards the latter stages of the innings, obviously, if required. But with all the pace and all the variations, Ali Musa should have got a wicket up till now. Coming wider of the crease and bringing the ball in. The run rate has just dropped down a bit in the last over. Senabaz got a boundary, then we saw Abdullah Had getting dismissed. Bowls another short one now. It's time it's hit him. Good to see Ali Musa inquiring about his health because that was a sharp bouncer and he was clearly late onto that one, Farouk. Well directed bouncer following the batter. And hit him on his shoulder, on his neck. Good to see the wicketkeeper and the bowler straight away going to the batter to inquire whether he was okay or not. No concussion protocols obviously are being followed, so he'll have to stand and will continue to bat. But as a batter, when you get hit on a bouncer like that, you stay on the back foot. And as a bowler, you will be hoping that he can just drill the next delivery a good Yorker. Instead, Ali Musa just bowls length and slightly wide outside the off stump. Run rate is now just over a runner ball. Haven't really utilized this batting power play. Gulberg GYMKHANA, obviously they are going with that cookie cutter approach of keeping wickets in hand and go big in the last overs, but will it be enough for them? Another short pitch delivery put away nicely. He just flat bats it. Farouk Rizvi as if he says enough is enough. Another bouncer attempted by Ali Musa, and this time Farouk was waiting for it. Made sure that not only he got it from the middle of the bat, but he also timed it well enough to get it past mid wicket. First boundary for the right-hander. Gulberg GYMKHANA moves on to 33. Nicely timed. Excellently played by Farouk Zaki. He's going to earn back-to-back boundaries to end the over. It's even a better shot than the previous one. Just a little wide outside the off. I'm playing it ever so late and finding that smallest gap between those two fielders on the offside. 8 runs coming in the last 2 balls of the over. That means after 5, Gulberg GYMKHANA are 37 for 1. It's the last over of the batting power play, and we are witnessing the spin for the very first time. It's Farooq Zaki, the left arm orthodox. .170 is the total. 129 more to get. Obviously, more and more spinners are going to bowl in the latter stages of the innings. They don't have the services of Danish Rehan tonight. Comes down the track, hits it straight, hits it cleanly over mid-off. A six coming from the bat of Hussain Abbas. Farooq Zaki just pitching the ball up, getting closer to the pitch of the ball, just playing it with a straighter bat and making sure that he get it comfortably over mid-off. 10 runs of the first 5 balls for conceded by Farooq Zaki. He's fighting hard, Hussain Abbas. He was very unlucky while he was bowling when 2 catches. Well, he himself dropped those 2 catches. Otherwise, it would have been a different story altogether. Because then we saw Abdul Basit Zaki getting a half century tonight. Had he been dismissed early, it would have been a completely different story altogether. But that has gone past, and now all they need to do is to make sure that they chase down the remaining runs. Gulberg GYMKHANA. Forward defensive stroke. It's gonna be a dot ball to end the over. So the batting power play is done. Gulberg GYMKHANA with a cautious starter at 47 for 1. It's going to be a double bowling change. Matiur Rahman. It's going to be. Had a pretty decent outing against Big Bang, but he got 4 wickets in his spell. Because of which Big Bang weren't able to post a decent total on the board. He's going to look to do the same here tonight as well. Starts off with slightly shorter delivery. Some work to do. But I just get the feeling he's going to be greeted with a boundary of the first ball. He's got 2 boundaries on that region for Rook. Both of them have been touch shot. He hasn't really looked to hit the ball that hard, but all he has done is to just place it in the gap. And the outfield has done the rest. A boundary of the first ball mean 50 comes up for Gulberg GYMKHANA, who are now just 119 runs away from the victory. Still too early to say what's going to happen in the remaining overs, but at least they have got the start they wanted. Similar stroke. And it's going to be a similar result. This time the fielder was much more closer. But even then he just couldn't stop it. Just a fraction too short. Not that wide outside the off stump. But look at how he just angled his bat past that fielder at point. And the ball just raced away to the fence. Yes, initially he got struck on his shoulders, on his head with that bouncer from Ali Musa. But look at how quickly he has recovered from that. And after that, he has already struck 3 boundaries. Oh, that was a slower delivery, but it went a little wrong towards the leg side. It's going to be a wide. He used a lot of slower deliveries in that match against Big Bang too, and that was really effective on a pitch which is pretty true in nature. When you talk about the bounce, it's very important that as a fast bowler you need to try different things, a slower off cut or maybe a slower bouncer. Another slower delivery, just opening the face and making sure he gets a single towards short third. Now this is getting a little tricky situation for NJS. Obviously they weren't expecting the opposition to get up to a pretty decent start, but they've got 9 wickets in hand, a lot of overs remaining, and they're making sure that they're going at over 8 and over. A bit of bounce for Mathew Rahman. He likes to hit the deck hard. He doesn't rely on those full length deliveries. There is a strong breeze that has all of a sudden started blowing in the ground, and when that happens, the fast bowler usually gets a little more movement in the air. Now can he utilize that, Mathew Rahman? Slightly slower, just chipped it towards mid wicket, and they will easily come back for yet another couple. Not only they are putting pressure on the bowlers but on the fielders too. 35 runs added between these two, and they've done that in pretty decent time as well. Just 20 deliveries both these batters have faced for this partnership in this for the second wicket. A bouncer attempted. Good way to end the over from Mathew Rahman, but he still went for 12, so 7 overs done and dusted. They are 59 for 1. Another change in the bowling attack. Ghulam Mustafa has been asked to come back in. He's into his third over now, replacing Farooq Zaki, who was just brought in to bowl 1 over, but he was a touch expensive, and now he has been taken off the attack. He's the only wicket taker so far for NJS. Goes for the big shot. Now hasn't timed too well. Chance for the fielder at long on, and he puts it down. And tell you what, there might have been a slightest of opportunity of a run out toward the non-strikers end. Might have been a slower delivery from Ghulam Mustafa. Looking to hit it straight down the ground, not getting from the middle of his blade. Just got the elevation. Was a simple chance for the fielder at long on, that's for sure. because when you've already covered so much ground, you should be able to take it. But then just dropped it. We saw at least 3 catches being put down by Gulberg GYMKHANA fielders when they were fielding in the first innings. Couple of them by the bowler Hussain Abbas, and then one from the fielder at deep mid wicket. NJS have already dropped 2 of them. Squaring him up, but he'll just get a single towards third man. The required run rate is just over 8 and over, but it's not going to haunt the batting side considering the fact that they still have 9 wickets remaining. Long gone back, mid-off is still up. Just opens the face of the bat and drives them towards extra cover. He's been pretty strong on the offside. Hussain Abbas and Farooq Rizvi. Not much noise or enthusiasm in the field from the fielding side. Waiting for something to happen right now. Instead, they need to think out of the box, look to make things happen. That was slightly uppish. Chance of a run out, and he hit the stumps, and the finger goes up as well. This is excellent stuff from that fielder. This is Saif Chaudhary, who usually keeps the wickets. This time fielding at backward point. The ball went to him at a decent height. He collected that one with one hand and just had one stump to aim at. This is extraordinary stuff from Saif. Got to him at a decent height, then he had to shy at the stumps, and his bat was, in the end, there was no chance for him to return to the crease. He knew it straight away, and as a result, he just kept walking to the dugout. Hussain Abbas is the man dismissed after scoring 30, and all of a sudden, Gulberg GYMKHANA have now lost their second. Asa Siddiqui is the new man in, gets a full toss straight away and gets a single to get off the market. Long gone. So 5 runs and a wicket in that over from Ghulam Mustafa. His 8 overs are done and dusted. Gulberg GYMKHANA are 64 for 2. So current run rate is 8. Required run rate is almost touching 8.5 for Gulberg GYMKHANA. They still have 12 overs left, 8 wickets in hand, but the positive sign for NJS is that they've got a new batter at the crease. Nicely timed by Asif Siddiqui. He's going to get a boundary towards third man. Using all the pace on offer from Matiur Rahman. Just a little outside the off stump. Just opens the face and made sure that he gets it past that fielder at short third. I think it was Anas Mustafiz down there at short third man, and he knew it straight away as soon as ball went past him that he will just bring the ball back beyond the boundary ropes. And now they've got a fielder at deep third. Square leg is up, mid wicket is back, deep backward point in place, fine leg is up as well. Well, he was eyeing for another big shot. It's very lucky that the ball hit the inside half of the bat. Hasn't been really that effective tonight, Matiur Rahman, as he was in the first match against Big Bang. Such is this form, and sometimes you can be a hero, and the other one, you can just go for plenty of runs. But he's still trying different things right now, Matiur Rahman. First two deliveries were on target as far as the pace is concerned. This time he just rolled his fingers over. So even the batter who was looking to give himself room, the ball just kept on following him. And that's another slower one, this time hitting the back leg way too early into that stroke. We might see more and more slower deliveries from Matiur Rahman, as he have already seen the pace is not working here tonight. Another slower one, 3 consecutive dot deliveries. Looking to spot, he's spotting that vacant region over short square leg. That's why in the previous 3 deliveries he has looked to play towards the leg side, but on all the occasions the ball has missed the bat and has hit the pads instead. Hitting the pads this time, he's going to fetch a leg by Asif. But a pretty decent comeback from Matiur Rahman. First ball went for a boundary, then 4 dot deliveries, and now a leg by to end the over. 9 overs done. Gulberg GYMKHANA still needing 101. They are 69 for 2. And the change in the bowling attack, and for the first time in the inning, it's going to be the leg spinner Umar Chawla. He's replacing Ghulam Mustafa from this end. He's got a really good wrong gun too, Umar Chawla. The ball just pitches and comes back into the right-hander. Now they're going to look to do exactly the same thing the opposition did against them. Just look to dry those runs in the middle phases. Make sure that not many boundaries get hit. And the pressure is going to mount on the fielders. This time it was swept nicely. Excellent stroke from Asif Siddiqui. Just planting his left leg forwards, making sure that he meets the ball under the eye and hits it behind square on the leg side. Well timed and well placed. Now he bowls it short, gets a thickish outside edge. It's going to be another boundary for Asif. A fortunate one, but they are going to take it nevertheless. Because in this situation, they are going to look to get every run on offer. Doesn't need to do anything risky right now. Asif Siddiqui has already got 2 boundaries in this over. Even a single right now will mean that they fetched 9 runs of the over, which is pretty decent, which is well inside their net run rate. But now Umar Chawla has struck back with a wicket of the last delivery. Just a little too short, not that outside, wide outside the off stump. Asif was looking to create that room for himself. And that ball just came back in. Might have hit the bat on its way through as well, but excellent stuff from Umar Chawla as he takes his revenge for being hit for 2 consecutive boundaries. He has now picked up a wicket. Asif Siddiqui walking back after scoring 13. And Gulberg GYMKHANA have now lost their third. They are 77 for 3 after 10. Time for some more spin as Mathur Rahman is being replaced by Imran Sajjad. Got 3 wickets the other day. Just getting into a little hole right now, Gulberg GYMKHANA. They have lost 2 back-to-back wickets. Also a spinner who can turn the ball both ways. His leg spin pair of NJS has done the trick in the past too. Remember the first match where Umar Chawla was drawing runs from one end and Imran Sajjad was breaking up wickets from the other? They will look to do the same here tonight as well, with the required run rate going past 9 and over now. Swept well, and that's an error committed by that fielder. It was going straight to him. A sweep shot is always a good shot against the spin, especially when you have no idea where the ball is turning. And square leg just made the meal of it. Should have been stopped, should have been just a single. Instead, it's a boundary for the right-hander. Bowls is slightly short on. There is confusion. Half chance of a run out, but he quickly realized that his partner wasn't interested. They cannot afford to lose another wicket here right now, Gulberg GYMKHANA, especially on a run out. Because that's going to show that it's the batting side that is under pressure. Pitched up, hit straight. Excellent effort by the fielder at long on. So quickly he moved towards his right. I think it was Saif Chaudhary down there at long on, who did a pretty decent job in the end. Had there been any slow fielder, they could have come back for the second run, but he made sure it was just a single in the end. Fielders up close are very alert. Good over so far from Imran Sajjad, just 5 runs. Make it 6 with another single towards long off. So good tight over from the leg spinner. 11 overs done and dusted. Gulberg GYMKHANA 83 for 3. Got his first wicket of Asif Siddiqui, the last ball of his previous over, Umar Chawla. Once again, just dabbing it towards short third man. Farooq Zaki was a little late to get down to the ball, and as a result, they just fetched another single. Now, he himself, Umar Chawla, is very alert whenever he's standing inside the inner ring. So he is expecting this similar sort of effort from his remaining fielders too. Now that is short. That is a poor delivery, and it's put away nicely by Farooq Rizvi. Once again, too short on the pads. Easy pickings for the right-hander. .88 they have got up till now. 82 more needed. Umar Chawla doesn't like being hit for boundaries, that's for sure. And more often than not, he makes a comeback. He did that in the previous over. Slightly short, another misfield. I think Saif Chaudhary it is, and he's a little disappointed with his effort. I think it's Waleed Khan at backward point. Went for the big shot, misses it altogether. Very handy bowler, Umar Chawla, especially in the middle phases. Just a little dab. Another fumble from the fielder at point. Well, they've already got a batter run out. I think it was Hussain Abbas who ran himself out at the striker's end. And the fielder was able to hit the stumps directly. And he's just looking to do that again. Took it as a full toss, swept it nicely. Excellent timing and placement from Farooq once again. He had already made up his mind that he's going to go for that sweep shot, and he just got the length he was after. A low full toss, fetched that away from the off stump and made sure that he placed it comfortably between those two fielders on the leg side. So a couple of boundaries in the over, which means after 12, Gulberg GYMKHANA are now at 94 for 3. It's going to be Imran Sajjad once again into his second over now. And almost got a wicket now. Talha, the new man in, just being a little reckless, and tell you what, it wasn't far away from the leg stump. It's the extra bounce that saved him in the end. The required run rate now gone over 9.5 and over for the batting side. But with Farooq at the crease, they can sense a sigh of relief. Another swing and a miss. It's not giving any pace whatsoever, Imran Sajjad. Keeping it slower and slower every delivery. All he has done so far is to just look to dab that ball towards short third and go for a single. But now even the fielders inside the inner ring are after facing 3-dot deliveries. He decided to use his speed, but even then just got a single towards deep mid wicket. But most importantly, he got Farooq on strike, who has been middling the ball beautifully up till now. 36 of 21 for the big right-hander. We've already seen a batter getting a half century tonight. It was Abdul Basit Zaki. Will be able to see another one. Slightly short but well fielded. Excellent stuff this from Umar Chawla. This is turning out to be a brilliant spell up till now from Imran. 6 runs in the first over, just a single up till now. Can he finish it off on a high note? Dot delivery will be as good as a wicket. Goes for the sweep shot. The throw is at the non-striker's end, but it's not a good one from Farooq Zaki. As Farooq gets another single of the last ball of the over. Just a couple of singles in that over from Imran Sajjad. 12 overs completed. They are now at 96 for 3. In fact, after 13, they are 96 for 3. So they had a thought that they're going to be introducing Matthew Rahman, but now decided to continue with Umar Chawla. Holds it short, put away nicely by Farooq Rizvi. He's playing a gem of a knock here tonight for Gulberg GYMKHANA, once again making sure that any delivery that is slightly shorter in length, he puts it away for a boundary. And a boundary of the very first ball, there's so many wonders to the betting side, because they know that all they need to do of the remaining 5 balls is to just pick up a single and you get 9 runs and over easily. Slightly short, but this time just couldn't get it past that fielder at backward point. Even that one came from the middle of the blade, but he was unfortunate that he just couldn't beat that fielder at point. But 100 is up now for Gulberg GYMKHANA. Now they just need 70 more runs to win. Another sweep shot. This time goes straight to that fielder at deep mid wicket. Eagerly waiting for their first victory in this Shaikhani Super League Season 3, Gulberg GYMKHANA. Slightly short, put away nicely. Long off, will he be able to get there? No, he doesn't. It's Tala who has struck that boundary on the offside now. Once again, Umar Chawla just staying a little too short in length and allowing the batters to just use that length to their effect. The first delivery was put away on the leg side, where Farooq this time Tala chose to hit it on the offside, past the fielder at extra cover and to the left of long off. .28 is now the partnership between the two. Make that 29 with another single at long off. 65 of 37. Pretty gettable. They are far ahead at this stage, NJS. And they'll be really disappointed that they didn't get many runs in the last 5 overs. .11 runs coming in that over from Umar Chawla. 14 done. It's 107 for 3. Change of bowling attack. Matthew Rahman comes in once again, replacing Imran Sabjad, and starts off with a slower delivery, but it was down the leg side, not given by the umpire. Now given as a wide. Almost everyone was surprised why the umpire did not give it as wide initially, but then realized his mistake and stretched his arms to suggest Matthew Rahman that he's going to have to re-bowl that. That was a lovely delivery. Might have been another slower one, but that came back in after pitching. He was looking to drive that one on the offside. Just gripped a little, came back in, Got an inside edge into the 40s now, Farouk. But more than his personal milestone, he will be hoping that he can get his team over the line tonight. 62, they need more of 35 deliveries. Now that has hit straight and hits it flat and hits it over the boundary ropes. That's a 6 from Farouk, and he inches closer to his half century. Just giving enough pace that Farouk could use, and he hits it straight over the bowler's head. Wasn't that far away from that fielder at long go, but he just timed it too well. First 6 of his innings. Slightly short, big appeal, and the finger goes up. Brilliant comeback this from Matiur Rahman. Farouk, well, his eyes must have lit up when he saw that length and line outside the awesome. It's that delivery where he loves to hit the boundaries on the outside, just getting a little tickle, and no mistake done by Abdul Basit Zaki. He takes an easy catch. Farouk is the man dismissed after scoring brilliant 49 runs for his innings. He walks back after scoring 49, and now they have lost their fourth on 114. So 4 down with 114 on the board. Khizr, the new man in at number 6. Just guiding it past deep backward point. He runs the first one hard, will easily come back for the second run. Khizr was the one who took the first match so close against Big Bang, but they needed 23 to win at the last over. And they just lost that game by 1 run. Now they need similar heroics tonight as well. At this time, the dugout will be expecting that he can get his team over the line. They still need 54 to win. More than 10 and over is the required run rate. Now the back of a hand slower delivery, but hitting it straight towards short third. Excellent comeback from Matiur Rahman. Remember, he got struck for a 6 in this over, but came back strongly. Still has got an over remaining. His figures are pretty decent in the first match, but he picked up 4. Went for his 20 odd runs. Tonight he has been just a touch expensive. Those slower deliveries haven't really done the job for him. Nicely driven on the front foot. Will get another single. So 15 overs done. Gulberg GYMKHANA are 117 for 4. Change of ends for Imran Sajjad. None for 9. In fact, none for 8 his spell in the first couple of overs, which he bowled obviously from the opposite end. Khizr went for that big shot straight away, but will just get a single. In fact, he wants to come back for the second, and the misfield at deep mid wicket will allow him. .51 to get, 29 balls to go. Just get the feeling we might get another thriller here. Punches that one off the back foot. That's a glorious hit. Now will he come back for another second? No, he doesn't. Excellent effort from that fielder at long on. For a moment we thought maybe he has timed it well enough that might go all the way for 4, but he moved swiftly towards his left, that fielder at long on, and made sure that it was just a single. Goes for the big shot, and he just gets it over long gone. Imran Sajjad just bowling it in the slot. Talha going for the big shot. One of those shots which are the teasers for the fielder who was standing at the boundary ropes, and he also stretched his hands over his head, and even a jump in the air just couldn't pull the ball back. 9 of the over already with 3 balls still to go. 44 of 27, not a big ask. Make that 10 of the 4 deliveries. Now with 2 right-handers in, they could have easily gone towards the left-arm spinner. He's eyeing that sweep shot, Khizr. Ball just stayed low, might have got an inside edge too. He's a much clever bowler, Imran Sajjad. His first 2 overs were pretty economical, just 8 runs he gave away. This one, he has already given 10 with the ball still to go. He'll just get a single towards short fine. Excellent stuff this from both these batters. 11 runs coming in that over from Imran Sajjad. 16 done. Gulberg GYMKHANA 128 for 4. Into his last over now, Matteo Rahman starts off with another slower delivery. He'll just get a single towards long on. It's getting a little tight now. 42 needed. In fact, 41 now of 23 balls. A wicket right now for NJS is going to make things a little more complicated for Gulberg GYMKHANA. That's why it's important that these two batters get the job done. Once again, a lovely slower delivery. He's so clever, Matteo Rahman. As a batter, you just can never know which delivery is going to be a slower one, because there is hardly any change in his action. He comes in with the full run up, and just at the last moment he just makes sure that it's a slower delivery by just rolling his fingers over that. Another one, a similar delivery. Another swing and a miss from Tala. This over can turn out to be a decisive one in this game. Just a single and couple of dots. Remember, they still have overs remaining from Umar Chawla. Imran Sajjad still has an over to go, so does Ali Musa. If he doesn't give away any boundary in this over, Matteo Rahman, it's going to be a remarkable over. Another slower delivery. That is excellent stuff. 3 slow deliveries, 3 dot balls, and now you can see the pressure mounting on those two batters. Ideally, they would have loved to get at least 2 boundaries in this over, but that hasn't happened up till now. Needing more than 13 an over in last 3 is always a fielding sides match to lose, because then they find themselves in the driving seat. Ali Musa is getting warmed up at deep backward point, so he might see him bowling the next over. Goodness gracious me, now this is getting a little too comical now for Gulberg GYMKHANA. 4 times Matteo Rahman has bowled an exact delivery on that similar length, has taken the pace off, and on all those occasions Tala has not been able to even get any bat onto that one. If you're struggling to get those big shots coming, just make sure that you just tap the ball on either side of the wicket and get to the non-striker's end so that the other batter can do the job. Struggling a bit. 16 or 17 deliveries now. Similar delivery now. Will he get it past that fielder at short? Fine, he doesn't. Farooq Zaki with a slide stops the ball. Just a couple of runs coming in this over. What an excellent stuff this is from Matteo Rahman. 17 overs done. Gulberg GYMKHANA still 40 runs required at 130 for 4. He's coming into bowl his last over now, Imran Sajjad. 40 more to get, just 18 balls remaining. The previous over from Matteo Rahman was an exceptional one, where he just went for 2 runs. Comes down the wicket, chance for the fielder at long off, and he takes it in the end. This wicket will turn out to be a salt in the wound for Gulberg GYMKHANA. The previous over, they just got 2 runs. It was Tala who was facing the very first ball of this over, came down the track, Caught to the pitch of the ball, but in the end just hit it straight down to the throat of long off. And all of a sudden the match has swung in the favour of NJS once again. Tala the man dismissed after scoring just 17. Gulberg GYMKHANA are now 5 down. So Mohammad Musharraf, the new man in at number 7 now. He bowled really well in the last few overs for his side, but now his job is to get few runs with the bat. 40 more runs needed, just 17 balls to go. What an exciting contest this is turning out to be. Remember, this is a must-win match, Gulberg GYMKHANA. If they lose this, they're almost down and out of this tournament. Comes down the pitch, hits it hard, hits it long, and the first delivery that he faces, he hits it over the boundary ropes for a 6. And Gulberg GYMKHANA, well, they'll start believing once again. It was pitched up from Imran Sajjad, hitting it with the turn, getting closer to the pitch of the ball, and had a full swing at that. Just a couple of them more, and they'll feel that they're closer to the target. Well, he goes for the switch hit, but doesn't get it past short third. Got it from the middle of the blade, and all he needed to do was to get a little left or to the right to that fielder at short third. Straight away, walks in with so much confidence. The first ball went for a 6. The second ball, the switch hit. And he misses it now. A length delivery that he was looking to swing on the leg side, but the ball just staying under the bat and straying in the hands of the wicket keeper. Horizontal bat shot, but will just get a single towards long on. Wasn't even looking in the mood to get to another run. Musharraf. Now it's up to Khizr. What can he do of the last ball of the over? A 6 or a boundary will be precious at this stage. Wanted to go for a big one, but he misses it altogether. Imran Sajjad bowling it much slower through the air and making it difficult to connect. A dot delivery to end the over, which means they are at 137 for 5, still needing 33 more to win in the last couple of overs. So 33 more to get. Just a couple of overs remaining. Ali Musa has been brought in. Starts off with a wide down the leg side now. Now he doesn't need to do anything fancy right now, Ali Musa. The batters will obviously look to do a little different, but all he needs to do is to stick to the basics. Just target those stumps and look for those wide yorkers outside the off stump. That's it. This match is well within the grasp of NJS to win. Bowls at Fuller, hits it straight, hits it hard, and hits it for 4. As soon as he has walked in, he has made his intentions pretty clear, Musharraf. The first delivery that went for a 6, and now hitting it with a straighter bat. That was almost an umpire killer. Umpire had to get away from the line of that ball, otherwise that would have taken him away. And he wouldn't have returned to officiate the remaining game. Now, initially he was looking to just scoop it over fine leg, then had to change his shot in the end, open the face, guided it towards third man. Luckily for NJS, third man was deep at the boundary rope, so it's just a single. .27 now needed. 27 of 10. Bowls a short one now. That has gone high up in the air. Farooq Zaki doesn't get anywhere near to it. He will easily come back for another couple. Khizr was a little late onto that stroke because it was a pacey delivery once again from Ali Musa, and well, Farooq Zaki couldn't get anywhere near to it. Bowls another short one, misses it altogether. 1 for the over, says the on-field umpire. That's what pace does. If you're a little late onto that one, you just miss it altogether, and that's what Khizr did. 25 of 8 now. He bowls a slow one. This time he connects. And he gets it over mid-wicket. As if he knew that Ali Musa will try to do something different. Because the bouncer option was taken out of the equation. It was a length delivery. And had a full swing at that, Khizr. 19 of 7. This match can go either way. It all will depend on how they're going to play this last ball of the over. Both these batters are good strikers of the cricket ball, so it's not a matter that he needs to get a single so that he can stay at the strike at the start of next. Even Musharraf can do the job from the other end. He will look to get at least a boundary now, Khizr. Bowls another bouncer. This time the wicket keeper misses, but the third man is in place. It was another slower bouncer. Excellent stuff from Ali Musa. Just a single coming up the last ball of the over. That means 18 runs will be needed by Gulberg GYMKHANA of the last over, in fact. After 19, they are 152 for 5. So 152 for 5, 18 needed at the last over. Ghulam Mustafa will be the one bowling it. Tries to hit it hard, does Khizr, the fielder at long off. In fact, long gone. Very quick to the ball. I think it was Waleed out there. Just a single. But Musharraf has shown what he's capable of. He has already hit a 6 and a boundary. But even if NJS go and win this match later tonight, you'll have to give credit to the way Matiur Rahman bowled, especially in his last over when he just gave away a couple of runs. Otherwise, 42 to get to the last 4 overs was pretty gettable. But that particular over, I think, was the match-defining one. Long on, long off back. Fine leg up. Third man back. He went for the scoop. Chance for Farooq Zaki. And he's going to... In fact, he just puts it down. Couldn't have asked for a simpler catch than that. He went for the scoop. Farooq Zaki got underneath that and... Well, he took it really casually in the end. And luckily that throw was away from the helmet. Otherwise, if that had hit the helmet, they would have got 5 penalty runs, the batting side. 16 to get a 4. Well, they have been in this situation before as well, Gulberg GYMKHANA. Remember, they needed 23 of the last over, the first match. Goes over extra cover. Does he? He doesn't. Gets taken in the end. Another delivery that was in the block hole. Was just not being able to get underneath that. Just managing to hit it up in the air and not far away from that fielder who took a pretty safe catch in the end. And another wicket to fall for Gulberg GYMKHANA. They have now lost their 6th. Might be the final nail in the coffin. Khizr walks back after scoring 17. It's a 154 for 7. So Hassan Qazi walks in at number 8. 16 to get of the last 3 balls. Bowls it right in the block hole, but he gets it in the gap. This will run away for 4. Run away for 4. So that means a couple of big shots now needed the last 2 balls. It was an excellent Yorker right in the block hole, but he still managed to dig it out and get it past that fielder at point. He's pointing to that fielder deep on the offside, but then he realized that he had a lot of ground to cover and he won't be able to make it. And by the time he went closer to the ball, it was a little too late. So a boundary the first ball to Hassan. That means a couple of 6s now needed. Ghulam Mustafa has been excellent in this over, as he was in the first 3 overs with the new ball. And he let that ball go to the keeper. He thought it might be given as a wide, but that wasn't the case. He came wider of the crease. So the batter thought it might be wide outside the awesome, but that wasn't the case. So this match officially is done and dusted for Gulberg GYMKHANA because down 12 of the last ball. And they are going to stay winless by the end of their 3rd match of the Shaikhani Super League. And the credit should be given to the way NJS have fought their way back in this match. Last ball of the over, last ball of the innings. It's going to be another dot delivery, and Gulberg GYMKHANA has suffered another defeat. It's their third in a row. NJS have now won both their matches. They're sitting at the top of the points table along with Aram Sports. 2 wins in 2 games, and it's almost over for Gulberg GYMKHANA as they suffer their third defeat of the tournament.